Kia ora and welcome to our council meeting. Welcome to councillors, staff and members of the public who have joined. I'd now like to ask Councillor Tuaka to open us up with a karakia.
Tēnā tātou and nau mai to all of our community who have showed up today. Kia noi tātou, e rangi, e papa, e te kāhui ariki, manakitia mātou i tēnei wā, kia tauai te rangi Māori e ki roto i tēnei o ngā mahi, kia tūturu ke whakamaua kia tīna, haumi e hui e.
Kia ora, thank you Councillor Tuaka. Do we have any apologies for today? Appears to be none. We now move into public forum. So I would like to welcome up to the table Angus Maniapoto, and I believe that he will be supported by Thomas Scott. So feel free to come up to the table. Thank you for joining us today. The time allocated to public forum is 5 minutes. That is time to use as you like. At the end, we will open up to questions of clarification. Our standing orders allow questions for clarification. But you're very welcome here and we'll start the time. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. When you finish speaking. Okay. Kia ora everyone. I first laid a complaint to the council about why the council was using out of the district contractors to do the work, local work in town, and then I went and approached to be a member of this meeting as a concerned ratepayer. So yeah, it is a bit of a blow to see outside contractors coming in and doing the local business work. You know, we came down here 4 years ago to work on the our scaffolding company to work on the main road through the Manawatu Gorge. We went through all that. We came down here with all the credentials, everything to be able to work with NZTA and HEBS, and we went through that whole project, you know, without incident. And in fact, the company that you've hired here was kicked off the job because they had to make an underpass for the farmer to get his stock from one side of the road to the other side of the road, and they had a big accident, and now they're not allowed to work into any of the big roading projects with HEBS. But you know, it's sad to see such a big sum of ratepayers' money leaving the community. You know, it's not going to filter back down through the businesses in town. Not only us, but there's other contractors that are feeling the same thing, sort of missing out on contract work. You know, when we got here, we were told, you know, with all our credentials, that we go through GETS, which is a government electronic tendering service. We've done 3 jobs here for the council, one in the Ikatahuna water tanks, the Scout building, and down at the netball courts. And we were wondering why we weren't getting any more work through the council, and then we were told we needed to do site-wise. With all our credentials and being topped with Site Safe, which is, you know, New Zealand-wide, we found out we had to do the site-wise. So we did the site-wise, which costed us nearly $3,000 to get, and since then we've had no reply back from the council. But these 3 jobs that we did, we didn't have to go through GETS. The council approached us, and 2 of those companies that were working on those things didn't have site-wise. So while we were down at the council, there was another scaffold company doing the sports centre scaffold, you know, so it's been really disappointing, you know, to see this happening in our own town, born here, you know, schooled here, you know, generations all mana whenua of Tamaki Nui Arua of this district, you know, local, and to be sort of like turned away from doing local work is just really not on, you know. And you know, I feel sorry for the ratepayers, you know, with the cost of living at the moment, with the economic downturn, and with the cost of rates, you know, to come up quarterly with all this, with your rates, you know, and the sacrifices that they have to do to pay these rates, and to be disappointed to see the money going out of the district and not coming back through businesses in town, you know. I can't understand it. I can't understand how the council got to this decision. I've spoken to people, they said it was a painting contract. I don't understand that either, you know, because you have all these levels. You have your mayor, your councillors, and people that work underneath there to support your councillors. And somewhere at the bottom of that is this painter who had all the control of this contract, you know. And he's not even local. He's moved his company out, and it doesn't, you know, it's, I don't know, what do we pay yous for? You know, we pay yous to look after the community. Each and every one of yous was put in there by the community, the votes. When you came out, did all your big speeches to the community, was all about transparency, was all about the community, and it was about supporting local. Around that area, that's how everyone spoke, you know. But today, you know, the first hurdle you fell over, you know, it's, I don't know, it's just, I can't work it out how the council's come to these decisions. You know, it's just disappointing. And, you know, in the end, all we're really asking for is a fair go, you know. Not even to get a chance to tender for this, you know. Sort of had to run around the bush, you know. I was sure another contractor that we realised that this contract had come up. It was a painter that wasn't even the painter that was involved, but he had got an email. And, you know, the council had approached us, but there was nothing given to us. So we never had a chance to put a tender in.
Angus, that's 5 minutes. I'll give you another minute or so to wrap up your comments,
Oh,
and
well,
then we'll have some questions.
Yeah, well, there's not much more I can add, you know. I've been dwelling on this for so long, been going around in my head, and now I have the opportunity. It's just like, you know, stuck for words. But it'd be good to see something happen. You know, it'd be good to know that we have a council that supports its local businesses, its local people, and its community, because I'm not seeing that. And I'm not the only one. You know, I don't do my talking with my fingers, hide behind a screen. If I have something to say, I'll come and see you and talk to you about it, you know. So, yeah, you know, if that's my time, well, that's it, you know. But, yeah, I think the community, it's not just me. I think the community feel it too when they see these big projects going up and knowing that it's not filtering back down through local businesses. So thank you for your time. I've had my say. And
Thank you, Angus, and I do really appreciate you coming in and sharing that directly with us face to face. Are you open to take some questions of clarification from councillors?
Yeah.
Great. So I just want to remind councillors under our standing orders, any questions is to gather more information. It's not a place to be making statements. It's for questions of clarification. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Scott. Thanks, Angus, and well done for coming along. Done the right thing. But a query, I take it you're referring to this building, the scaffolding on this building particularly. But okay.
Businesses and trades and contracts here.
I presume that the contract went out for painting. There was not a separate contract for scaffolding. In other words, the painter was responsible for organising scaffolding.
That's correct. That's why I can't understand it. I've got to use the council. That's what I can't understand, how with all the levels of authority through the council that you've got the painter to do the contract, you know, to pick who he wants, you know. Doesn't make sense, you know. That's your fella's job, you know, to organise these sort of things, you know, to at least make it local.
Thank you. Is there any other questions of clarification? There appears to be none. I just want to make a couple of comments, Angus, and again, thank you for coming along face to face. You are absolutely right that contracts sometimes are awarded as a master contract. So the painting contract was awarded, which then was tendered for, and the winner of that was to be providing all other associated services. I do take your point that perhaps council could be more involved in those levels. That could come with a cost. You were talking about rates, you were talking about the rates bills coming quarterly, and you were talking about what you heard during the election campaign. A lot of us did hear very, very strongly from our community about rates affordability. So any decisions that we have to make do need to take affordability into consideration. Our current procurement policy, which is being worked through at the moment, does have a value first weighting. Within the value, though, that also does look towards local. My view is I would love for us to be able to have it all. Could we look and take some learnings from this particular case? Absolutely, we'll give that some consideration. We do need to make sure that everyone has a fair go at getting work and that we get the best value for ratepayers. Your talk today helps us when we're making decisions on this. So I'm really, really grateful for your time. Thank you for coming in. Thomas, nice to see you, and thank you for coming in as well. Very, very briefly, it's just a 5 minute, but very briefly.
Kia ora, council. Ko Tom Scott tuku ingoa. I made a complaint to council regarding the situation with this contract. The disturbing thing for me when I approached the council workers at our council office was that, and I didn't get the lady's name, she said, we can't be seen to bias local businesses. That's very concerning to me, okay? Yes, the job was a painting procured job contract, but I want to know what policies are there in council to look after our local businesses with subcontracting. Okay, so I want that addressed. My solution is clear. This is my solution. We need to strengthen the relationships between our local businesses. I've already spoken with Angus to get his son to approach the local painting companies and build a relationships there so that if in the contracts those responsibilities are left with the painter, they've already got a strong relationship to hook into. Council, I think, should play a leading role in that to help support our local businesses and contractors so that those relationships are built strong. We need to support our local businesses, local jobs, local people, local spending. Kia ora tātou.
Thanks, Thomas. I really appreciate that, and that's a very constructive way to end the conversation. We absolutely take on board what you've said, Angus. Thank you very much, Thomas, but we appreciate you coming in face to face to talk to us. Kia ora. Thank you. We now move to item 5, which is notifications of items not on the agenda. I have one of those, but I just want to double check that nobody else has one to add. The item I have was emailed around to elected members last night and is being notified for consideration. And this is relating to the Ormondville Viaduct viewing area with a licence to occupy. The purpose of this item is to seek approval for issuing a licence to occupy for a section of Paper Road in Ormondville for the purpose of establishing a viaduct viewing area. The reason this item was not included on the agenda for the meeting was due to operational assessments not being completed prior to this agenda being published. The consideration of the item cannot be delayed into a later meeting due to the need for timely approval from council to enable construction to be completed over the next few weeks. With that item, I would like to move that we accept that as a late item of business, and that'll come towards the end of our meeting. Could I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Wards, thank you for that. Just to quickly speak to this before I put it to a vote, I would like to commend staff for the turnaround, getting this item to our table. There was an operational assessment completed, as you will see in the paper. It was determined that this should be a governance decision, but there was a concern that we would miss the construction timeframes to be able to do it. So within 1 day's notice, a paper was turned around, approved, went through the process, and it was, forgive me for saying it, an absolute example of can-do. So thank you very much to staff. So we have a mover and a seconder. Is there any other discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Motion is carried. That will move to item 14 on our agenda today. Thank you, councillors. We now move to declarations of conflicts of interest. Are there any declarations of conflicts of interest in relating to today's meeting? Councillor Erina.
Morena, Worship, I have a conflict of interest with DMCI who are applying for funding from the recreational grant.
Thank you, councillor. That's noted. Are there any other declarations of conflicts? Appears to be none. We now move to confirmation of minutes, and we will start on page 5 of your agenda. So this is confirming the minutes of our council meeting held on the 17th of December. And let me just double check. Could I please have someone move that they're a true and accurate record? Councillor Corlett, seconded by Councillor Wallace. Is there any discussion or amendments to be made? Appears to be none. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move to page 18, which is the receiving the minutes of the Dannevirke Community Board, and I also just acknowledge the Chair and the Deputy Chair who are present today. Before I go and receive these minutes, would the Chair or the Deputy Chair like to address the meeting in any respect? It is totally up to you. No, that is fine. Could I please have someone move that the minutes of the Dannevirke Community Board 15th of December are received? Councillor Amboy, seconded by Councillor Johns. Is there any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move to page 26, which is the minutes of Explore Pahiatua Community Committee. There are 2 sets of minutes within here. Could I have someone move that they are received, please? Councillor Kennedy, seconded by Councillor Corlett. Is there any discussion? Councillor Naylor.
I just want to comment that on the second report that Councillor Corlett and myself were in attendance at the meeting, but it wasn't recorded in the minutes.
Thank you for that, Councillor Naylor. That's been noted. Any other questions or comments? Put the vote. Yes, I've got a mover and a seconder. All those in favour say aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you very much, councillors. Just to notify councillors, we do have a presentation today from the Department of Internal Affairs. We will move that to when they arrive, so you're aware. We now move to page 39 of your agenda, page 41 of your agenda, which is action items from our minutes. Cool. So I will. Do we have to move and second that, or we just
Receive, motion to receive.
So we'll just do a motion to receive that first. Could I get a councillor willing to receive that? Councillor Corlett, seconded by Councillor Peter Weber. Is there any discussion from councillors first? I'll just hand over to the Chief Executive for comments.
Good morning, councillors, Your Worship. Most of it's self-explanatory, but I will speak to the Water Services Organisation. That is likely that the company, the WISCA, the Water Services Council-controlled organisation, Wairapa Tararua Limited, a working title, is likely to be incorporated towards the end of March or early April. So it's relatively imminent, at which point the directors will be appointed, and where Ms Scott is part of the stakeholders forum engaged in that process. So it's soon.
Thank you very much, Malcolm. Deputy Mayor Wards.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question on some content in this particular table, and perhaps through you to our Chief Executive, Malcolm. What determines, I'm trying to understand the column under due date, and I appreciate that it was only in February meetings that some of these things were asked for, but what determines the due date? I mean, TBA is to be agreed or announced or whatever. What influences within the machinations of the operations determines what that date will be eventually? Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship. My own view, this is a new process and an admirable one in my view that we're applying across the board. Ultimately, I think this should be set by the Chief Executive in consultation with the particular, saying this is a new process. I didn't get my head around some of the stuff before it came up, but ultimately the date, in my view, should be signed off by the Chief Executive, because he in this case needs to be able to speak to it at the meeting. So I think we need to get more into a groove of setting that up. But as I said to His Worship yesterday, the first step was getting this in place so we have accountability. The next step is honing the process, I think, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much for that explanation, Malcolm. This, as many councillors will know, is something that I've had a great desire to have in our meetings for quite some time, and it will mature as we go through it. The starting point is having our list of actions here with an opportunity for councillors to be able to dig in and find progress. With that in mind, I do have one question, perhaps to the Chief Executive, which is the bottom of page 45, and that is around the plain stop exemption process, to see where that might be sitting at.
Thank you, Your Worship. The matter still lies with the Minister and the Ministry for the Environment, so we continue to pursue it. It has moved through, I understand, the machinations within the Ministry up to the Minister, and we're sort of essentially awaiting his determination one way or t'other. We remain hopeful.
Thank you for that, Malcolm. I feel another letter coming on, perhaps.
Potentially, Your Worship,
Is there any other questions on this report? We have a mover and a seconder. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you very much, councillors. We now move on to page 49 of our agenda, which is the request for funding by Dannevirke Multisport Complex. Before we pass over to officers to introduce this report, I'd like to invite up representatives of Dannevirke Multisport to speak to this paper. Thank you for that, and we'd just like to note with that declared conflict that Councillor Petty Webber has left the table. I'd like to now hand over to Danny Vick Multisport. You're very welcome here.
Kia ora. Thank you for your time. My name is Lina and this is Sam. We are part of the Danny Vick Multisport Complex Incorporated Society. And before we start, I just want to say thanks heaps for your support so far and getting us this far through our project. So we have a big mission, and just the brief start of that mission is it's about inclusion of recreation, sport, and most importantly, fun. We want a facility where everyone can come together and laugh. It's not just about a skate park, but a bigger picture than that. We want to create a modern and safe, inclusive recreation area, and we want it to be a great community asset designed to last forever. A few years ago, we purchased the Scout Hall off Scouts New Zealand for the big sum of $1. Basically just meant we took on the ownership of that building, and it gave us rights to do what we need to do with it come the future. In the meantime, Scouts Danny Vick has worked with us because they raised a lot of money to renovate the hall, and they feel that the Danny Vick community raised that money for the hall, and so that money has been spent on the hall. We've worked a little bit on the outside and now planning to do some more on the inside. We are very well through our design process of the skate park itself. It's almost completed. The flow of the skate park has been done, the landscaping, the seating is done, and we've also incorporated a basketball half court because the Danny Vick community won the actual hoop a little while ago now. So we have pictures. Sam has a physical copy if you'd rather one to touch. This is obviously just a virtual design of what the skate park would look like at the upper domain. Various angles of it, and I don't know if we've got any skaters in the room, but all the flow of the skate park goes the same way, so there's no crossing over, so we can't have the big kids coming in and wiping out the little kids that are going this way. So the design is for everything to be going one way or the other, but not across, just to try and keep as safe as we can, because that's what we're trying to get, inclusive and safe. So this, I think, is my favourite picture. We all know where the white fence is around the athletics track and the path that goes along there. And then we have the skate park going off towards the fountain and the basketball court just a little bit further away. You'll notice there's no concrete between the skate park and the basketball court because we didn't want people skating straight off the skate park and into the basketball court and annoying someone else's game. So a lot of thought and effort has gone into it, and a guy that actually does this for a living has designed it. So yeah, hopefully we're getting somewhere. Just a little bit about what we've been doing. So in 2024 we did the Danny Vegas Ball fundraising. It was down here in the hall with a live band. It was really well supported. We raised over $12,000. We had great support. We even had people giving items for an auction, and it was supported as well. Even the New Zealand Warriors donated a playing jersey for our auction. So we have stretched wide to get this done. Last year, you'll probably remember our spring swing fundraising, raised over $45,000. Yes, it's a lot of money, but probably the bit that sticks to me is the amount of support we got from the community, people giving up their time to train, to turn up, to take a punch to the face. It's huge. So more than the money, it was the support that I felt that the town, they just really want this to happen. So they turned up. We are trying to keep that momentum going, always looking at funding options, sponsorship, donations, various events. We've done walks, raffles, all these things to try and keep basically the DMCI in people's brains. So a little bit of a timeline, obviously just refining. At the moment we're in the refinement of the design. So we've called on a couple of local skaters to give a bit of feedback to our designers, and now he's incorporating those ideas and changing it where he can, and then hopefully in March we'll get a sort of final design, get some pricing, just all those phases. We've actually got a flowchart on the next page, but I know you're thinking, how much do we think it's going to cost? And we're thinking around the $460,000. There's a program on where they expect things to go, and hopefully by the time we're ready to open the basketball court, we'll have something physical to show people, like a little model or something along those lines. The basketball court is ready to go, although we have just pushed pause while we wait for another geotech report, and the relevant trees have been removed, so basically ready to get a digger down there and get into it as soon as we've got that geotech report. And then, concrete pad, the hope we already have. So, definitely, hopefully within the next whatever. We are constantly consulting with community, with all our stakeholders, meeting at the Domain, meeting at their meetings. We have attended many community group meetings, and basically trying to keep everyone informed about where we're at and what's going on. So the next phase obviously is to get through our skate park design and start our construction pricing. So once the design's in, we should know how much it's going to cost. We can begin our basketball court earthworks and lay the concrete pad, and then move towards constructing the skate park. We're really hoping for youth engagement, which seems to be overwhelming at this stage. We want a safe and social recreation place where everyone can play together. Hopefully by giving people things to do at the skate park, then we'll be much better off. It'll enhance our upper domain usage. We know of people that travel around towns to go to skate parks, so we're hoping that'll bring more people into our domain to enjoy it, and therefore a long-term benefit for our town. So we do, as a group, thank you for your continued support on our community project, and hope you can continue that.
Kia ora. Thank you, team, very much for your presentation. Could we just ask you to stop sharing? It looks like that's worked. Thank you. Just a couple of comments before I open up to questions. Thank you for taking the time to come in, but also thank you to your committee for the huge amount of work over many years that you have put in to start making this a reality. I just want to remind particularly newer councillors that may have joined in the last term. Council approved the location and the site for where this is going to be. Also, you'll see there are a few recommendations. The fund that we have available, the Recreation Reserve, that is almost depleted. There's a history in the district of giving, and the amounts are within your papers, money towards skate park projects. Towards the end of last term, we had a request through from Danny Virk for Y-Splash, which took some of that money that was remaining and left a balance in there of approximately 44,720. The multi-sport complex team have applied for a sum of 40,000. That may have been around not fully understanding how much was left within that reserve. So we have added a recommendation for councillors to consider, and which I would support, of approving 44,720, or the full amount within that fund, including any accrued interest, and that means that that will be the end of that fund. So I just wanted to explain to councillors how that recommendation came in. But I'd now like to open up to questions, if there are any. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Scott. Thanks for the presentation. It's been a while coming, hasn't it? It's been several years, but well done. 460,000, whatever it is, yeah, it's a lot of money. Where do you see most of that coming from in the short term?
Kia ora, thank you for your question. From funders, Eastern Central Community Trust and lotteries. So that's what we're hoping. We have, I've spoken to a member of the lotteries, and he was like, this is definitely up our alley, like where we go with funding. So yeah, that's what we're hoping that will go through there.
Councillor Wallace.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Scott. Yeah, I'm just looking at your presentation on the 1st of August 2023. And on page 3, I think it is, it's got all that funding, where it's coming from. So you've got 480 here. But I think, yeah, I think you've done a really good presentation. Am I allowed to say that yet? Yeah, question time. Okay. So the question I'm asking, I'm really pleased about the area. So the encroachment of, that was the biggest thing, of the other areas. So you've been always keeping up to date, well, keeping them in the loop with all these other organisations that have been asking that question about encroachment. And the feedback from that's always been positive. I know, yeah, I know, but I think the question I'm really trying to say here is, there is not a great deal of resistance.
That's a good question. Our latest meeting at the Domain was with our friends of the Domain, so majority gardening ladies. I believe we came in very opposed with each other, which was frustrating from our point of view because the land had already been awarded, and I was disappointed that we'd let it get this far, that they were upset with us. So to have a meeting down there was really good because suddenly they heard our point of view and where we were at, and that we didn't want them to not garden at the Domain. And I think all but one of the ladies was supportive of us in the end.
Thank you for that, and I am grateful to the committee for taking the time at the Domain to work through some of those challenges. I also just want to note as well that some time ago, the Dannevirke RSA publicly put out a statement in support of the location. However, the location has been decided. It was decided by the last council. So that we've already been through that process, but great that you're keeping engaged with the community about any concerns. Are there any further questions? Councillor Tawaka.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. Am I able to ask you perhaps a question just in regards to this? The Tararua District Community Recreation Fund, will that be the end of the fund should the remaining balance be used? And what does that mean for the community?
Thanks, Councillor Tawaka. I'll answer that really quickly, which will be yes, if that recommendation is. However, we will be formally moving on to the paper, which the Manager of Democracy Services will talk through, and we can ask any technical questions from there. But thank you for that, Councillor Tawaka. Councillor Naylor. Any other questions specifically on the project and for the multi-sport committee?
I've got a few, but I know Councillor Amboy.
Councillor Amboy.
A lot of my questions are operational, so I think I'll just wait. Yeah, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Sharon.
Thanks, Your Worship. Great presentation. I know it's been a long time coming, so, thank you for fronting up to A, give us a bit of an update on how things are tracking, and B, the request. I have a couple of questions, and it's more to do with the gap in terms of the funding. The criteria around the recreation fund to which you're applying requires the organisation to have done the majority of the fundraising. It's not the be-all and end-all. So I'm curious to understand, I heard the word hope liner coming from ECCT and lotteries. My question is around the risk, is that if you don't get to your 460,000 guesstimate, even though Council A has contributed the land, B has given, designated the better off funding of 50,000, plus the fundraising that you've done of 65, so that's a total of 115 in the bank. You're asking for potentially another 44. There's still a bit of a gap, isn't there? So what is the risk? What mitigation strategies do the committee have to manage the risk of not getting the hopeful outcome from other fundraising agencies?
Kia ora, thanks. I guess in any operation there's always going to be that risk. I don't see it as an option. We've been working at this for 11 years now, so giving up is just not even on the cards. The word from the directors in the ECCT and the lotteries is there's money available. We are doing all we can to keep those criteria, as in continually fundraising, going to people, going to meetings, and I know it's a risk, but I don't see it happening. I see the money coming. I hope.
To that, Your Worship, I know we're still on questions, haven't got to the statement part yet. Given that, you've provided us with a timeline, and that's the ideal scenario. What do you believe, given if there was a time delay, what's going to happen to that 460,000 guesstimate? Is there enough room in there that if time does drag on a bit, there's not going to be a blowout? Have you factored, I hate to say in front of operational people, a little bit of margin or a little bit of room to manoeuvre? That's the word. Thank you, Mel.
I guess with the 460, it's kind of sat there for 10 years or more. So I don't see that moving too much. The majority of the cost is coming from the, sorry, I'm not a skater, are the bits on the, and that is all prefabricated, ready to go stuff. So that cost I don't see changing at all, within. So yeah, I think, I'm hoping that we are, yeah, I hope.
Thank you, and it's a huge amount of work for someone who isn't a skater. So, no, thank you for that. Before we jump into the paper, are there any further questions for the team? appears to be none. Thank you for taking the time to show us that presentation, to talk us through how you are tracking. I think one very quick comment to make, and it's in response to the Deputy Mayor's question, is we do have a track record of being able to fundraise and deliver these skate park projects in particular throughout the district. And it is always a challenge of we get to that part and then we need to find that from a funder and we need to find that. But there is certainly precedent from the two funders that you've talked about to be supporting very similar projects outside of our district, but also directly here. Thank you both very much. Are there any final comments you would like to make? Brilliant. We really appreciate your time. You're very welcome to stay while we discuss your request formally. So back over in the seats. Thank you. So now we will move formally to the paper on page 49. So requests for funding by Dannyvirk Multisport Complex. And this paper is in the name of the Manager of Democracy Services.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. You have in front of you a copy of the application. Well, the details are within the report. Also attached to the report is the policy for use of the fund, and you'll note detailed in the report that Council used to contribute a sum of $20,000 each year to continuously build that fund, but a couple of long-term plans ago that ceased. So it hasn't had any funds added to it, and it has been dwindling down through grants being made, and now there is a remaining balance of $44,720. So there is a proposal that if you did wish to make a grant to the DMCI, that we clear the balance of that fund, because rather than leave a very small amount of money, which probably wouldn't be that much use to any large projects.
Thank you very much, Ali. I have first question from Councillor Johns. We'll do questions first, then we'll move the recommendation. Councillor Amboy.
Kia ora, thank you, Mayor Scott. I guess just being new to this seat, I'm just trying to understand the context of where the money of this funding has come from. Is this grant funded from the community funding allocation accumulated over previous years and essentially sourced from ratepayer funds set aside for this purpose? Thanks.
It used to be funded through the long-term plan from ratepayer funds. It was an amount of $20,000 a year, but that ceased quite a number of years ago. So this balance is sitting there.
And just to add to that, a very good question, Councillor Amboy. So yes, it was that the reserve was built up through ratepayer funding, but because it was rated for that purpose, that fund can only be used for the purpose of the recreation reserve, so it can't be reallocated to another purpose legally. So just to be clear on that. Any other questions, Councillor Naylor?
Yeah, I noticed in the report that, the fund obviously has done well over the years and delivered quite a lot into the community. So it must have amassed to quite an amount over the years. I'm more concerned about what we do in the future. So what happens when is Ekatahuna got a skateboard park, or the next community thing that comes to us?
With respect, Councillor Naylor, that is a fair conversation to have, but a different conversation that we can have through the long-term plan process. Any other questions? Councillor Amboy.
Thanks, Mayor Scott. So just under the Council's significance and engagement policy, would this funding decision be considered significant enough to inform the community? Okay.
I'll pass over to the Chief Executive.
No.
Fair question. Thank you for answering it. All of our papers go through an assessment to make sure that it doesn't trigger that. That policy is available, so you are welcome to, obviously, and as is our community, to have a copy of that to see how it triggers. There's also a very, very good flow chart at the back of it. Councillor Wallace.
I know we're not there yet, but I'm happy to move 1.3.
Are there, noted, thank you councillor Wallace, nice slipping that in. You could have framed that as a question. Would you like me to?
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Is there any other questions for this paper? So councillor Wallace has moved recommendation 1.3, which will fully deplete the fund. Councillor Johns did want to move that motion, so I'm going to allow him to second it. Is there any discussion or comments anyone would like to make? Deputy Mayor Wards.
Thank you for the opportunity, Your Worship, to add some context to the decision that I will fully support the motion as it's been placed. Upon reflection across the district, this fund, whoever in their LTP thinking came up with this brilliant idea for targeted rates for establishing this reserve, they must have thought about the future of this district, and that is, as kaitiaki of our future, I think indicates the great thinking and the reason why this reserve existed. In my view, we are recognising the value in having the opportunity for our youth, and even some old people might get on their skateboard and have a bit of a play around as well. So I believe it's across the district, it's a fair representation when you break down the table of where this reserve has been spent. It's been allocated well, and I believe that we thank the previous councils that had the foresight to do that, but I believe that we need to completely empty the tanks of this and consider in our roles into the future at another time how we might secure a future like this for our youth. So congratulations to the team that have put the long years into this, and I fully support the motion going forward. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Tuaka.
Yeah, I too want to thank the previous councils, and this is exactly what mokopuna decisions look like physically, and I think that leaving the fund to sit there for another 11 years, as one of the youth portfolio holders, I want to see it being used for exactly these sorts of reasons, and I hope as a council that during this long-term planning we are able to again think of mokopuna in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Tuaka. Any other comments anyone would like to make? Councillor Amboy.
Thanks, Mayor Scott. I just want to reiterate to what Councillor Tuaka had just said, and I just love the work that's been put in. I just like to have that extra oversight just to make sure we're all doing the right thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Amboy. Any further comments? I'll call the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you for the presentation. We appreciate that. And Councillor Petty-Weber can rejoin the table. Thank you, councillors. We now will move to page 68 of our agenda. On page 68 of our, let me just double check, sorry, page 65 of our agenda. This is the adoption of the environmental scan as supporting information for the long-term plan. So I would like to invite Carter to the table, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, everyone. This report, I take it as read, and this report is about the environmental scan that is required for the LTP. We're seeking adoption of the environmental scan. Now, the adoption of the environmental scan is not required, but we're recommending that it will be adopted because it will give us that transparency as we move through the LTP. So I take the report as read and happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Carter, thank you for that, and I endorse the reasons for bringing this to council. I think it is incredibly helpful for our community to be seeing all of the information that we're working with. I remind councillors that this information was provided to us with our strategic days in Woodville, so it should be familiar content. We've had a discussion to the opportunity to peripherally talk about some of these topics, but before I move into the recommendations, is there any questions for Carter? Councillor Naylor.
Yeah, just on page 96 of our thing, which is changes in the version. I'm trying to, I didn't go back and check what we had from the strategic planning day, whether those changes were since then, or were those the changes that were in the version that we looked at of the executive strategy?
Through you, Your Worship, those versions are from the previous LTP. Thank you.
Councillor Amboy.
Thanks, Mayor Scott. Thank you, Carter, for this report. I love it. It's I remember looking at it through our strategic retreat, and it really was very helpful. But I just want to note on page 84 under 1.56, it notes that the Ministry of Environment is developing a first generation flood map. I was just wondering, with the disestablishment of this ministry and the new merger of MCERT, is this report still going ahead as planned? Thanks.
I'll just pass over to the Chief Executive.
A fair question, Councillor. Yes, a number of ministries in parts of others, like DIA, for example, the local government thing, are being amalgamated into a new ministry, but the work programs, if they had been approved by this current government, would continue. So it's more of a structural reorganisation around themes: housing, transport, environment, and the local government part of DIA. So unless government has changed its mind, which is probably unlikely on flood mapping, which I'd be pretty keen on, that work ought to continue, all things being equal.
Thank you, Malcolm. Councillor Tuaka.
Kia ora, Mayor Scott. Just at the top of page 82 under risk summary, there's a bullet point that says iwi relationships and then low in brackets maintain. Are you able to elaborate on that?
I can quickly, if that's okay. No, very, very good question. That comes from our assessment of risk, saying that as a council, we have a low appetite for risk with any relationship challenges with iwi, and that we seek to maintain that. So if that was high, that would mean that we were happy to take more risks with those relationships. We, as a council, are unwilling to do that. Any further questions? Deputy Mayor Watts.
Thanks, Your Worship. Great piece of work, Carter, and I know that the team has been working hard to frame this all up. I'm particularly keen on understanding the LTP questions and considerations in the grey boxes under each of the factors. Are those going to be front and centre because we have a long process to follow, and some of those questions are really quite challenging. And I'm very pleased. I completely concur with Mayor Scott, the value in this being transparent to our community. And if our community members looked at those grey boxes in each of those areas, they would understand the kind of challenging thinking that we're going to have to put into that. So will there be a framework as we move forward, Carter, where you and the team will be representing it and going, remember, here was what our environmental scan said, this is what you're going to have to think about. So is that being embedded in our process, I guess, is the short question.
Through Your Worship, thank you very much for that question. Yes, so the environmental scan is an input into the forecasting assumptions. And the forecasting assumptions is what we use to plan for the LTP, to have the hard figures. We have scheduled a workshop around the big issues and opportunities and that will enable us to address these LTP questions, look at the environmental scan, look at our forecasting assumptions, and look at our levels of service and your risk appetite. And we tie it all together and we go through what we would like to go out for consultation and so forth. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Carter. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Scott. Right. Question, could you qualify something for me? So Dannevirke itself, or the towns within the district, I'm just reading something here from, it's just a clarification. It says that on the website, this is Stats New Zealand, that rural towns, such as ours, are classified as small urban, because that would actually affect a lot of bits and pieces along the way. So the question is, what are we classified as? Are we classified as a rural towns?
Thanks, Councillor Wallace. I'm just going to stay into that's a fair question, but I'm going to stay on the content of this report. We will get you an answer for that.
Okay,
so,
thanks.
If that is okay. Thank you. Councillor Corlett.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. I love this report. It gives so much detail. There was one question on page 106 around labour costs. With affordability being such a big point, and the noted pay rate increase in council being 4.9%, is that reflective in our council, or is that just nationwide?
Through your worship, that's nationwide. It's an environmental scan which looks at the external environment within which we operate, and that's the wider environment.
Just supplementary to that, is it something that's reflected in our council? Do you know?
This would have been reflected in the previous LTP and will be reflected in as we move through the forecasting assumptions and through the levels of service. We reflect on, because we have to use this data as the basis for our assumptions and for our forecasting. So we do reflect on these figures here.
Thank you for that. I have had a signal from Councillor Johns that he is wanting to move recommendation 1.1 and 1.2. So I will now take that. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Deputy Mayor Wards.
Just wanted to make a comment in moving the motion, if that's allowable.
I was certainly about to call for comments, and I will take, as the mover, you to make the first comment. Councillor Johns.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. Yes, I think it's important to realise that the environmental scan is a picture at a point in time, and the state of the nation, so to speak, is something that's rather dynamic and will change. But as a basis to our considerations on the long-term plan, I think it's adequate, as long as we don't commit ourselves to taking as gospel everything that's in there. It just gives us a picture. And I therefore move the adoption of 1.1 and 1.2.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Johns, because there were a couple of points there that I may have held you to if you hadn't have given that caveat. So I certainly appreciate it. Could I have someone second that? Oh, we've already got the seconder. Is there any further comments that anyone would like to make? No. I'll call the vote in a second, but just a quick comment from me. There is a significant amount of work that goes into producing documents like this. I fully support Councillor Johns' comment that this is a snapshot, so we always do have to look at things and then consider do we believe that will continue, or we're in huge regulatory and legislative change which could change some of our assumptions, but as a starting point it is helpful. It is also helpful sometimes to share this with community members. This is now public information because it's in our agenda, and it can be useful for some groups. So those were all the comments. I'll call the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move to page 141, item 11.3, the appointment of the Chief Executive. Unusually, this is in my name, so I will briefly speak to this. So I'd like to take the report as read, but just a very quick highlight. Council did delegate authority to work through the process with our new Chief Executive, Corin. The Local Government Act does require Council to have a formal resolution before he joins. So I would like to move recommendation 1.1 and 1.2. Could I have a seconder for that? Once we've got a mover and a seconder, you can. And then we'll do that, but Councillor Corlett has seconded. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, just 1.2. As far as I knew, wasn't it up to 5 years?
That is correct. The way it's worded, though, is for a period of 5 years. It would be up to 5 years because a chief executive could give notice earlier in that time.
The way it's worded here, noting that the appointment is for a period of 5 years.
So we can amend that. Is that fine for the mover and the seconder? The Manager of Democracy Services has suggested that we could amend that to up to. Oh, sorry. I'm happy to amend that, Chris. Perfect. Does that address your question?
So what's the amendment going to read now then, please?
For a period of up to 5 years, as you stated.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this paper? So we have a mover and a seconder. I'll take the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. That has saved a very awkward conversation I might have had with the incoming Chief Executive. What we are going to do now is we will have a 10-minute break. So feel free to have a coffee. If we are back here at 10:50, please. Thank you, councillors. We are now going to move on to page 145, which is the submission on simplifying local government. Ali, were you wanting to speak to this at all? No? I will just make a couple of quick comments. This was circulated out to elected members. It is really important that we are putting our council's view forward on legislation that could have a major impact on our council and our district. I would like to personally thank the Chief Executive for his advice around this and his time in drafting it. I think that we've got it to a place where it quite strongly reflects our views. Are there any questions on this before I find a mover and a seconder? Could I get someone to please move recommendations 1.1 and 1.2, Councillor Naylor and Councillor Wallace? Is there any further comments that anyone would like to make? Councillor Naylor.
Yeah, I'd just like to commend you both on putting together a really balanced submission here, and quite clearly stating the value for Tararua District in not having to necessarily amalgamate and asking a lot of questions as much as, you know, making comments. I thought it was incredibly well put together, and yeah, I think it's going to be hopefully considered really well by government when they look at it. So, which I think was a real risk of doing things and just getting it thrown out. So it's well done.
Appreciate those comments, Councillor Naylor. Thank you. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Scott. Yes, I concur with those comments of Councillor Naylor. I'd also like to note the comment on that where councils, at a minimum, territorial authorities spanning more than one region should be members of all relevant CTBs. I think that's quite important. But no, well done.
Thank you. We are moving into the comments territory still. So is there any further comments that anyone would like to make? No. I just want to reflect on Councillor Naylor's comments about the importance of us as a council to be constructive with our comments if we're wanting to influence change, and this is a council that does want to influence the outcomes of the decisions that impact us. Not just looking at problems for things, although to be fair, this submission does point out some problems and some challenges, but also looks at solutions and what might be workable for us. So with that, we have a mover and a seconder. I'll call the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? The motion is carried. Thank you very much, councillors. We now move to page 157, item 11.5, which is requests for information under the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 1987. I'll hand over to the Manager of Democracy Services.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. I'll take the report as read, but I'll just highlight that this January we had 18 requests for information, and that's quite high compared to previous years, but so far February's tracking as normal, so maybe it was just a glitch. Everyone had a slow Christmas and so decided to ask us for information.
Just open up to questions. Deputy Mayor Wards.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Ali. Item number 4, 5.13, excuse me, Ellie, on page 164 for us. You've noted there that the Taxpayers Union has formed quite a reasonable percentage of total requests. You've also noted that you've spoken to one of their agents and they were asked to consider the impact on smaller local authorities. Have you had any response, or are you just going to keep an eye on it like you've stated there?
We didn't really have a response to that, but we will be keeping an eye on it because it does, their requests for information are usually quite large and they ask for a lot of information. And so it does take a lot of staff, a lot of hours to pull that together for them.
A very good question, Deputy Mayor, and perhaps as a request, if it isn't too difficult to do, but it might be quite nice to keep a tally on the time and the cost. In particular, that group in particular might be quite interested in the cost of their requests, and there may be a helpful time for me to be able to share that cost with them. Councillor Naylor. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. The question is, I think Ellie's answered this before. Are we entitled to charge them to after a certain cut-off?
We are entitled to charge, but only within, there's quite a bit of criteria you've got to go through first. Generally, the first hour is always provided free, but you do have the option to charge if it's going to take a significant number of hours. We try to be helpful and provide information to people, but sometimes some requests are quite large. But before you say to someone that we need to charge for this information, we've got to give them an opportunity to clarify or narrow the scope of their request so that it can be done in a smaller amount of time.
Thank you, Ali. Any other questions? I'll seek a mover for the recommendation. Councillor Petey-Webber, seconded by Councillor Corlett. Any overall comments that anyone would like to make? I'll just make a quick one. It's one that I've made before on this, is the value of this report to us as elected members, but also to our community. It lifts up the level of transparency. Not only are we getting this reported on, but all of the responses and the information received that are not subject to privacy or other considerations are included on Council's website. That can be very, very handy for people where often we will get asked questions. There may already be a formal response on the website, and I quite frequently direct people there and send them the link, and they have all of that detailed information to save a second request. So with that, we have a mover and a seconder. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move to page 167, which is the Youth Portfolio Report, in the name of Councillor Kishan Tawaka. Would you like to speak to your report?
Yes. I'll take the report as read, but just a couple of things since I've submitted this report is that both Councillor Ellison and I have sent those letters out to schools, all schools, and the schools are just the start, and it's just a way of us to capture voice, engage with the rangatahi and the people who ultimately control what we do in this space. So that's just the start, and we have already started collaborating with community groups such as Tararua Community Services, who at the end of last year had already started a bit of a rangatahi networking forum where both Alison and I have been invited, and they're starting to work alongside Sport Tararua and have curated a survey for rangatahi in which they're going to be putting out to the community, and both Councillor Ellison and Boy and myself were able to contribute some questions that were directly related to rangatahi and council. So yeah, this is just kind of the start, but we thought we'd start with the schools first. Yeah.
Very nice. Thank you, and thank you for taking the time to prepare the report. So questions, Deputy Mayor Sharon.
Thank you, Worship, and great work. Great work. When you say schools, though, Councillor Kishan, what level are we looking at in terms of, is it secondary, is it primary, is it?
Yes, so in our letter, the kōrero is college level. Included and invited to that conversation are the year 7 and 8s of primary schools. Hope that gives you a good idea.
Any other questions? I'm assuming you might want to move your own report.
If that's allowed, sure.
Absolutely, it certainly is. And I'm looking over for a seconder, which would be Councillor Amboy. We will now open up for comments, and if Councillor Amboy wishes, I'll invite her to make any comments that she might want to make on this report as the joint portfolio holder.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Councillor Kishan really outlined everything that we've been doing, and so I'm really looking forward to it. We're still at the very early stages, but watch this space, and I think I've been saying that for a while now, but seriously, watch this space. Thank you.
I think we are watching, and we are seeing things happen in that space. I've seen the letters. Thank you for sharing those with me. They are pitched perfectly, and I'm very, very grateful for the work you are both doing within this space and the transparency and the report back to council. So thank you. Is there any further comments that anyone would like to make? I'll call the vote. Although to receive the report, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move to page 171, which is the portfolio report for Marae, Kohanga Reo, Kura Kaupapa Māori, and I'll hand over to Councillor Tawaka.
Again, I'll take this as read. It has been a really exciting time in this space, and since sending the initial letters from both myself and Councillor Peti Weber, conversations are starting already and invites are coming through on top of what's already in here, and individuals have been coming up to me informally and just talking about ways that we can work together and starting to think of ideas prior to our actual meeting. So it's awesome to see the planning and the wānanga happening prior to the wānanga. So yeah, and just on top of this as well, because of the letter I think that we sent out, Te Kohanga Reo o Atawhai, which is the Kohanga Reo in Woodville, invited me on Saturday to attend their whānau day that they have at the start of each term, where whānau come together, get to know each other, and just have a kai, and there was bouncy castles and all those sorts of things. So it was really cool to be with the babies and the parents of that community as well.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tawaka. Some really incredible work happening in that space as well. So thank you, and to your co-portfolio holder, Councillor Peti Weber. Is there any questions? Appears to be none. Councillor Tawaka, would you like to move your report? Councillor Erina, would you be happy to second that? Before we move into the vote, Councillor Erina, is there any comments you would like to make? No? Is there any comments anyone else would like to make? I just offer my thanks again for the work that you're doing in that space and for the transparency in the report back. I'll take the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. We are going to jump back to item 8. I see Rebecca from the Department of Internal Affairs has joined. So just to double check, I know you've just arrived. Are you happy to come up to the table to present now, or do you need some time to prepare?
I can
just need to load my presentation through Teams.
Excellent. So what we might do is have a 5-minute recess just to allow Rebecca to be prepared and set up, and then we'll continue. So we'll just have a 5-minute recess. Welcome back, everyone. I would now like to invite Rebecca from the Department of Internal Affairs to give us an update. We're very, very privileged to have Rebecca here in person. So thank you for making the journey to come in and talk to our council. But I will hand over to you for your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. Yes, thanks very much for inviting me here today. It's a real privilege to be here and to be able to present to you. And again, apologies for lateness. You might have heard there was a bit of an accident in the Mount Vic tunnel, which sent things in chaos in Wellington City. So I'll just start by I'll just introduce myself. So my name's Rebecca Mapleston. I'm a Partnership Director at the Department of Internal Affairs. I've been there for about just over 6 months now, and before that I worked at the Ministry for the Environment and Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, MHUD most recently, and you've probably heard that we're all going to be all forming a new agency in the next 6 months, so that's going to be interesting times ahead. So as partnership directors, there's 4 of us and we cover the whole motu. My area is Zone 3, LGNZ Zone 3, and I also cover Tauranga and Western Bay. So a bit about myself, so I worked a long time in local government. I actually grew up and was born and bred in Waipukurau, so I do know this area really well. In fact, my nana used to live in Dannybeck, so got fond memories of visiting here during that time. So we, as a partnership director, we sort of work at the interface between central government policy and local government policy. And in doing that, we have a real focus on making sure that, central government policy is, we try and ground truth, what's happening on the ground, to try and inform policy. And we also have regular meetings with the Minister, so he's quite often interested, that's Minister Simon Watts, interested in hearing what's sort of happening on the ground in terms of different councils and how policies are sort of impacting them. So that's our role, so very much the conduit between sort of policy and council and communities and your priorities. So I thought it's quite timely to be able to give you an update of what's been happening in terms of central government policy, because there's a lot happening. And look, you're probably, up to speed with a lot of these particular issues. But I just thought, it'd be really good to hear from you as to where things are landing in terms of your perspective. I read through your submission last night in terms of simplifying local government, and I was really impressed. I think it provided some really good, constructive, on-point sort of comments. So that's, if you want to sort of elaborate on any of those points throughout the discussion, happy to do so. So I'll start with, so this is what I'll cover off today, and so the key themes of the reform: simplifying local government, rates capping, resource management reform, and the reform summary timetable. So with RM, I'm happy to cover off a few slides. That work has sort of been driven by MFE as a policy agency. Even though I used to have a background in resource management, I'm sort of not as close as I used to be with it. But just in terms of context, I'm happy to cover off a couple of slides. Any questions before I start, or? Oh. Great. So I thought, before I sort of go on to the actual details of the policies, I'll start off with just some of the key drivers for why the government's sort of heading in this direction, a little bit around the sort of the rationale, and this kind of these are kind of key drivers that sort of play across all the different sort of initiatives for rates capping, simplifying local government, RM reform. So the first is just sort of a lot about sort of simplifying the system. There's been sort of, central governments, communities are often find it quite hard to navigate the different layers of central government. So there's that's one of the key drivers. There's also the efficiency and cost effectiveness of services and functions, including constraints on rate increases. So that's another key driver. And collaboration and delivery of services at an appropriate scale. So we're kind of seeing that those kind of 3 sort of key sort of themes coming through, reforms to the local government legislation, the Resource Management Act and Local Government Act, and that is sort of, very much by enabling choice of local government delivery and governance arrangements. Now, the discussion document for simplifying local government does talk, it does point to a very much a regional kind of context, and that is very much to sort of play inside the resource management reform and spatial planning. So that's kind of the regional context there. So there's reform of central government portfolios, as I mentioned, and that's creating the new cities, environment, regions, and transport. I've still got to get that doesn't can't quite come off the top of my tongue yet, but we'll call it MCERT. Yeah. Right. Okay. Right. So simplifying local government, we'll start with that. So the case for change, and I've sort of picked up a bit on that already. That is, sort of two sort of parallel sort of levels of local government. So it's very much about just making local government easier to understand. And also it's about equipping ourselves with the future RM system, noting that the new system will bring sort of more standardisation and consistency. And there have been a number of reports over the years which have sort of all sort of outlined a case for change, and including sort of several attempts from different councils and regions to try and reorganise. So that the process is a little bit sort of clunky, if you like. It's very much about how do you sort of make those opportunities for reorganisation a bit more of a stream way. So you've probably been through these.
Are you happy for questions as we go through, Rebecca?
I'm happy to roll with it. Yeah. So if you've got.
The Chief Executive.
Can just return to your previous slide, if you would, sure. Rebecca. Thank you. One of the points in our submission, I think, was that we need to be really clear when we talk about the state of play and what's happened. So that last bullet point, there are currently many barriers to reorganisation. At one level, that's true. You could actually look at it as saying there are many hurdles to ensure that communities have the right say. So yes, I haven't done the count, but 6 sounds right. But take the Hawke's Bay reorganisation that was proposed some years ago. That went to a vote, and the community went no, which is their right. That's not per se a barrier to change. That's actually providing an opportunity for the community to express a view about what it wants. So one has to be careful about the lens these things are framed through. One person's barrier is another person's local democracy.
Yeah. No, that's a good point, and totally acknowledge that. I think that it would also be sort of administrative sort of barriers in terms of the process as well. I totally take your point.
Certainly, I agree. Hurdles.
Yeah.
Barriers
hurdles. I think you're right. I think hurdles is probably a good way to. Yep. No, that's.
Okay.
Or I'll probably have a perfect set of slides after this session. Okay. So I'll just talk about. I'm taking it you're probably very much aware of this this sort of two-step proposal, but I'll run through it anyway. Just happy again to take questions along the way. So the first step is the government's sort of proposing a two-step process in terms of the simplifying local government proposal. And the first is starting with regional governance. So the government has outlined its preferred option for change, although it's still seeking, it has sought feedback on aspects of the proposed change. So submissions obviously closed last week, or the 20th, and there was a lot of submissions that have been received. I think maybe around 400. So that's certainly a lot to look at. But anyway, the proposal is that combined territory boards will take over governance for the roles and functions of regional councils. In terms of voting powers, when making decisions, each mayor must have a set number of votes based on population, but adjusted to ensure smaller communities are represented, and the Local Government Commission will provide independent advice on this. But again, this is an area for out for consultation, and I do know that there were, in your submission, that you had some comments regarding representation. Thank you for that. And there are alternative governance options outlined involving Crown Commissioners. So, and that they would be appointed for assistance rather than sort of interventions in terms of bringing sort of a certain skill set, experience and knowledge. And yeah, again, we're sort of seeking feedback on the different powers those commissioners would have, as whether they would just be there as an observer, sort of having veto rights, or a majority vote. Yeah, so we've had a lot of feedback around this area. So yeah, and again, I noticed you had some comments in your submission on that.
Yeah, Councillor Steve.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Scott. Sorry. Could you, there's a bit of a misunderstanding. Well, I need clarification, because I say urban town, rural towns now are classified as small urban. So are we rural towns? Because you're saying it up there, you see. Urban rural interests. So are we classified as
Councillor Wallace, we'll go back with you raised that earlier, and we'll get the exact definition. And correct me if I'm wrong, Rebecca, I think this is just really talking about the separate considerations from urban and rural areas. So more larger towns in this context would be considered rural in this context.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Scott. I think that's a correct representation of, it's just to get a bit of a gauge as to, you know, that the dynamics may play out in terms of decision making in terms of rural and urban. Yeah.
Councillor Naylor.
Yes, I had some concerns when I looked at the proportion of voting to be on the number of users or number of population size. Horizons Regional Council covers a vast land area. And if you looked at the land area of Tararua, it's greater than Palmerston North City Council, and a lot of the functions of Horizon Regional Council have to do with the land, as opposed, if you take out transport, sorry, you know, has a lot to do with land rather than the quantity of people. So, you know, I think that's really important that it's, you know, you've got considerations there, being the urban-rural area, but if you start thinking about some of those functions that are done by a regional council proportional by land, so any decisions about land need to be perhaps a different voting factor than if you think about the people. So that was a comment probably rather than a question.
Very helpful, thank you, Councillor.
Thanks. Yeah, no, thank you very much for that, Councillor Naylor. I'll let you carry on, Rebecca.
Okay, so step two, the second step is, and just when we talk about step one and step two, it's not like a perfect sequence in terms of how we sort of anticipate this to play out. You've got to do all of step one and then you can do step two. I mean, I think there's been a lot of appetite for, you know, in some regions to be thinking, you know, sort of ahead about what reorganisation may or may look like, or so yeah, just to make that comment. So CTB or Crown Commissioners will prepare regional reorganisation plans, and these are based on sort of set criteria, you know, and that they include sort of criteria around a sort of efficiency, for example. And I do note that you that was quite a strong theme in your submission, and just want to acknowledge that, and also, you know, the importance of how do you create the right incentives to create that efficiency. So yeah, just want to acknowledge, yeah.
Rebecca, a question for me, which might seem like a comment, but it is genuinely a question. Okay. When I read through this the first time, and probably I still viewed it the same after I've read it multiple times, there definitely seemed to be a subtext within the document that pushed more towards amalgamation. So although it talked about amalgamation and shared services, I read a subtext in there of a particular direction that it seemed that government was wanting us to head in. can you reassure me that I'm incorrect in my reading of that, and we will have, as the Chief Executive likes to say, optionality or choices, because that is one of the key themes that I'm hearing from our community is about choices.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Scott. Look, yeah, that was, it's interesting to have read that and and look, that you know, sort of, and I haven't sort of stood back and looked at through that lens, so that's a really interesting comment. Look, what I can say is that there are a range of options for reorganisation plans, you know, ranging from sort of shared services through to creating of CCOs. It's really just what works for the region. So, and that may be amalgamation, you know, it may not be. So look, it's just, you know, that will play out through conversations with your community in terms of what works best for your context. Yeah.
I feel reassured. Thank
you. Yeah. Right. I get up to. Oh, so just going back to, yeah, so it's up to the CTBs or Crown Commissioners to work out the future delivery arrangement, which best suits your region. So, as you say, as I said, this is, can include, shared services agreements, and so I think, that's very much a whole number of options there. So regional RRPs must be consulted on before being finalised. So that's when you're going to have your community engagement, and the Minister of Local Government is a decision maker on RRPs, with the advice from the Local Government Commission. Yeah. So in terms of the time frame, we'll go into that a bit later, but the time frame shows once the legislation's been introduced, which is, I think, is around June 2027. Oh, sorry.
Just a quick question from the Chief Executive.
One of the points in our submission, Rebecca, concerns the reorganisation plan that the CTP would do, and it says the Minister of Local Government would be the decision maker, which is, in our view, if that were a unanimous view of the members of the CTP, i.e. every mayor elected by their community, then you could argue, as we have in our submission, you can see it as an efficiency. But let's, for the sake of argument, 6 or 7 mayors on a CTP, 2 don't agree, they're outvoted 5-2. Are you saying the Minister would then impose the majority outcome even though the 2 districts didn't agree, and why wouldn't that be mandated? In other words, are you depriving communities of a say in that regard? Whereas if it was unanimous, you could say, well, they're elected, they've formed a joint view, the Minister can just get on with it, and we could see the efficiency argument there. But if it's not unanimous, their ministerial decision is essentially, or arguably, or potentially, overriding community choice, and is that a sound basis for durable policy?
Thank you, Malcolm. Look, I always wait for Malcolm's questions. So, look, no, that's a good point, and look, I think that's something that will need to be considered through the next steps in terms of decision making. But point taken. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Naylor.
And a supplementary question to that would be then, does the Minister have to take the recommendation from the majority?
Yeah, again, these are all sort of decisions that still need to be made. But no, that's thank you, Councillor, for that comment. Yeah. Right. So where do we get to? So just moving on. There's also the rapid review of regional council roles and functions, which is currently being undertaken, and this will sort of inform the regional reorganisation plans. So that's sort of underway at the moment.
Just a quick question, and there probably will be a comment within here as well, and we talked to this somewhat in our submission, but some of the concern of the members of the CTB, so I might sound a little bit self-interested here, Rebecca, having the capacity, but actually also the knowledge to be serving in the governance arm of a regional council. And whether they're, and I'm not sure how much flex there may be, but allowing the current regional council to serve out its term so the members of the CTB can actually get on and focus on delivering the best possible plans that we can. We have time to engage with the community instead of adding a whole layer onto our roles that we don't have experience in, that will burn a huge amount of time. And so that's a concern for me, because if I'm doing a job, I want to do it well and I want to do it properly. But being the mayor is a full-time job. It's going to be a huge part doing the CTB side, which is fine, but then also adding that into effectively becoming a regional councillor could be challenging. So we've articulated that somewhat, but what I'm keen to know is how wedded does government seem on that, removing that layer in the short term?
Thank you, Mayor Scott. That the comments that you make, we've had quite a bit of feedback in relation to those points. So we're currently sort of providing advice to ministers for decision around how some of those concerns can be mitigated or alleviated. Some of the options may include, the role of commissioners in terms of being able to bring sort of certain skill set to the CTBs. Nothing's been sort of landed on yet in terms of decision making. Another option that's been looked at involves, the formation of subcommittees within the CTBs that may have to take the load off mayors, in terms of might be a planning subcommittee that might make decisions on regional spatial, or not decisions, may make recommendations on to the CTB on regional spatial plans. So subcommittees could be a way of sort of reducing the time and on mayors. So there are a number of options, but certainly your comments have been very much heard by
Just one option, just to make sure that it is clear, and I hear the other options that you're talking about, but one option, and it does seem to be the simplest option, is while this work's underway, is leaving regional councillors in place, democratically elected, allow them to complete that, so we can get on with the actual bigger picture side. But
thank you. Yeah, that also we sought feedback on that issue too, and that's certainly in the mix as well in terms of the options. Thank you. All right. So just to finally, just some points to note in relation to just to point out, and some of these have been raised in your submission too. So the engagement document, I should probably change the tense, has sought feedback on these proposals, the 5 options to consider the composition of CTBs. Now, with Cabinet having expressed a clear preference for the first option, comprising of mayors, but again, this is just sort of picking up on the conversation we had, that's still very much under consideration for the next stage of policy decisions. Also, all treaty settlement arrangements relating to regional councils remain unchanged. This includes Māori participation on council committees and joint management agreements as provided for in treaty settlements. In terms of resourcing, at this point of time, the CTBs will have to use regional council funding to pull together their plans. There's currently no separate government funding to accompany these proposals. And finally, the councils will need to determine the arrangement that best meet the needs of their region, and that's sort of picking up on, your sort of concerns that the document may have sort of preempted amalgamation. But so whatever's right for your region, There's no template for this, but there will be criteria to inform the plans, and again, feedback is sought on this.
Councillor Naylor.
I'm going to ask the curly question on there. So if the funding's got to come out of regional council, what budget are they going to pull that out of? It seems to me that this is a major bit of work that's going to require a lot of, and it wouldn't be in their long-term plans, it wouldn't be in their annual plans, it wouldn't be in any plan. That seems to be a little bit of a hole there.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you for that, councillor. Also, just before I go on, I just want to qualify that sort of, what I'm saying now is kind of where things are at in terms of policy decisions, and things can change, but I'm just sort of speaking openly about where things sit right now. And so in terms of, my sort of comments around, what the intent of the discussion document in terms of, so... Yeah, I mean, I've got to be frank that sometimes things do change and ministers do change their mind, but at my point of time, that's sort of just reporting on, exactly. Thank you.
And
so I
just to say, hence why we took the time to write a detailed submission, to be able to influence the decision makers and share those, and we, I'm proud as a council that we've taken the opportunity to do that. So hopefully we can influence that.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. And just on that, I think the submission is very constructive, and I think that's, in my view anyway, from working in policy, is that quite often the policy has the political momentum. What can change is actually providing that sort of really constructive, on-the-ground examples or tangible examples about, that ministers or decision makers can think, oh, okay, well, we hadn't really kind of thought of that, or, and sort of coupled around the country, if it becomes a theme, then that can, have a really significant weighting. So I think that you've done really well in terms of being able to provide that constructive, input. So just in terms of simplifying local government and next steps, so consultation has closed on the 20th of February. So the cabinet decisions, so this is a bit of a moving feast, so this slide is probably a little bit out of date already. We are expecting probably decisions a bit later than March now, so sort of April, May potentially. It has slipped a little bit, but certainly hoping that legislation will be introduced this year before the election. So assuming everything, carries on as anticipated, we're expecting legislation to be passed mid-2027, and then there will be a decision that's still to be made around elected regional councillors in terms of their whether they see out their full term or whether they will just have their 2 years. But so from when combined territorial boards are established, the consultation document, sort of talks about sort of 2 years from the 2027. Theoretically, if you're a council and you've done all your groundwork and you're really wanting to move quickly, you don't have to wait till the 2 years into 2029. You could be ready to push play, within sort of months or 6 months after the legislation's passed and the sort of the structures that enable the change have been put in place. So just want to make that point.
Just a question from the Chief Executive.
More a quick observation, just to reiterate the point I've made to you previously, Rebecca, but I'll make the others. I am concerned that the Local Government Commission, as presently structured, doesn't possess sufficient expertise to give these plans the consideration they're required, so that would have to be addressed too.
Thank you, Malcolm, and I know you did raise it at the Merrill Forum, I think, too. So I've certainly fed that comment back.
Councillor Naylor.
And one other observation is that that timeframe, 27 to 29, will involve another local government election in the middle of that, which may change the board of the CTB in the process. So that's something that may need some consideration.
absolutely acknowledge what you're saying, councillor. Yes, that's right. And there's another added complexity is the RM reform and decisions that have to be made on, the process around sort of regional spatial plans. Yeah.
Councillor Johns.
Mayor Scott, are you accepting comments or just questions? Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Rebecca. One of the advantages, or maybe it's a disadvantage of getting a bit older, is that one becomes somewhat more suspicious to the point of perhaps becoming cynical of...
Constructive comments, councillor.
These are constructive comments, but I can't help but feel that the whole process here is a sort of a desire to amalgamate by stealth and make it seem as if it's the idea of the current local authorities. In effect, it's sort of a dilution of democracy. I think it was Churchill that said that democracy's not perfect by any means, but it's better than any other system going, any other option or whatever. And it comes at a cost. I just wonder whether we are focusing too much on the cost of democracy at the expense of democracy.
I think just to make a quick comment there, and and I don't expect you to answer that. I think some of these are political considerations and very, very, very valid ones that, yes, we raise through our submission, but we need to make sure that we're raising those politically as well. So I think it's very fair comments, Councillor Johns.
Thank you, councillor. Right. So I'll just cover off rates capping very quickly. Consultation it was targeted consultation, which closed a few weeks ago. But yeah, just to recap, so the government was seeking feedback on the target range in terms of the rates capping proposal. So so that was the focus. But the range being anchored to long run economic indicators. Just to recap, it applies the current proposal to all sources of rates, excluding water charges, development contribution, fees funded council services. There are variations to the target range we allowed in certain circumstances. There will be regulatory oversight still to be determined, and there will be a transition period between 2026 and 2029. Yes, so under the rates cap, council will have discretion to spend rates funding as they currently do. So the system does not limit spending to certain services or activities, but councils will need to comply to changes made through the Local Government System Improvement Bill. So in terms of the transition period, that's from 2026 to 2029, councils will be required to consider the rates target when setting rates. So that's how it will play out in terms of the transition. But it's not mandatory to operate in that range. Essentially, it's building the sort of the funding pathway, if you like, from 2026 to comply in 2029. Further work required on detailed design is still to be done. In terms of the time frame, just to reiterate, so there's policy work underway at the moment, looking at the feedback that DIA or the government received as a response, as from the targeted consultation, and this will be summarised and reported back to Cabinet alongside the policy recommendations. Council will be required to consider the range after the relevant legislation is brought to the House this year. I think that's the most realistic time frame, and then councils will be required to consider the range in their long-term plan during the transition period, of which the new MCERT will monitor progress and provide guidance. And yeah, the full model will be in place by July 2029, and MCERT will develop a regulatory framework including oversight and compliance. Questions on that? Just got a couple of I've got a couple of slides on RM reform. If you want me to cover them off, would that be helpful, or do you prefer to?
Yes, maybe briefly. We have also done a fairly substantive submission on RM reform as well.
Okay, that's.
So we councillors have read through our position on that, and we have an understanding of government direction in that regard.
Thank you. I'll make it very fast. So, yeah, very much in terms of the system shifts and changes, it's very much about focusing on what matters. So the new system will take a more proportionate approach to regulation, sort of narrowing the types and effects of activities that councils can regulate. It's making rules simpler. And so sort of a key failure of the RMA was sort of the early national direction. So national instruments will provide more of a standardised sort of decision-making and national policy direction. There's national policy direction under each bill, and national standards will kind of create that platform for greater sort of certainty. Yeah, so the standardised rules, there's a shift from about 1,100 different zones from across the country to standardised zones and overlays, binding environmental limits under the new system. Central and local government will be required to set binding environmental limits informed by environmental data and community aspirations. And the other sort of key shift will be very much digitised, so there will be it will be data driven, which includes a national e-planning portal. So very exciting. You probably heard a little bit about the VMFE's presented the funnel. It's a way of sort of describing the current system, which I quite like. So it makes the system more directive from the top and ensuring that consistency across the country, but it's still acknowledging that local communities can focus on applying their approach in their area. And the new bills will provide clearer and more certain national direction from central government, ensuring consistency across the country and freeing up councils to focusing on really what kind of matters. So yeah, that's the structure there in terms of the funnel. So we've got the two pieces of legislation, we've got the national direction, which will be settled 9 months after the bill is introduced, and then we've got the regional spatial planning, which will play out, and then the development of the combined plans, and they will inform the consenting and permits regime. So someone from Martin Jenkins kindly mapped all the different milestones of reform underway. So I just thought this is kind of an interesting articulation of what's happening when and what decisions are going to be made. So if you just want to ponder that for a few minutes, and if there's anything specific you might want to raise, then happy to.
So no, absolutely, we will ponder that. Fair to say that you don't have much going on in your space at the moment. Rebecca, fairly chill for DIA. No, you have my sympathy for the amount of work that has landed. I just have a question first from the Chief Executive and then from Councillor Johns.
That's really a useful thing, Rebecca. But can I, declaring an interest, obviously, as having had a little involvement in the rates capping stuff, but one thing I don't recall we dealt with was this transition issue. Which, so you're saying 26 to 29, then it'll kick in, which will be year 3 of our LTP, will be the first year of that. But in 26 to 29, you're saying, if I understood you correctly, that council should be cognizant of the formula and work towards it. Now, certainly our council would be, because we have a very keen focus on rates affordability, and we would. However, not everyone is in that camp. And are you setting an incentive for some councils to go for the doctor in those 3 years, which would be and if they do, then my argument would be they should be accountable for that. There shouldn't be a local government brand that talks about profligacy if some councils are responsible. I'm just wondering about the incentives there. Get in while you can, because in year 3 is going to be controlled. You see what I mean?
Yeah, thank you, Malcolm. Look, yeah, that certainly has been raised. I think there's probably two answers to that, is that councils are still accountable to their communities in terms of if they were to really hike rates up there. So that's, that's the community would, undoubtedly have a say around that, you'd, imagine. But second is that, the Minister of Local Government will still be keeping a close eye on that type of activity as well. So, yeah, if there's anything. Yeah, no, I think it's certainly we wouldn't be turning a blind eye to councils actually ramping up their rates, for just to get in before, the 2029.
Thanks, Rebecca. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Ms. Scott. Rebecca, the one plan per region, does that include zoning? In other words, can Tararua District rezone parts of its district for residential or industrial, for instance? Or will that be controlled by this under a regional plan?
It's a good question. It's probably a level of detail I'm not. I think there are standardised, about 12 standardised zones that you'd kind of pick and mix, and I think there would be. I'm not an expert in this, but there may be sort of sub-chapters for each, so there may be a one plan and there'll be sub-chapters for each area or territorial authority that would have the appropriate zoning that would be linked back to the standardised zoning, if you like. So, yeah.
No, I can probably help somewhat with that, and we make some comment around that in our submission to ensure that we still have local voice and local control over key zoning. So they will eventually form part of a plan, but it's who is writing those parts of the plan. There's some real positive things where it comes to consistency and, for developers to understand in an area what they need to do. But local voice and local control will always be a top priority for us and one we're willing to go into bat for.
Will be for us, but it may not be.
I suppose that's the same with any of this reform. All I can say is what we will strongly advocate for. And not just us, by the way, there will be many other councils and communities that strongly feel the same way. They might help us, Councillor Johns, instead of being pro.
Thank you, Mayor. Just the one other piece of work that DIA is currently shepherding along is the Local Government System Improvement Amendment Bill. So just an update on that, because that's probably another line. Yeah, so we're currently waiting the second reading. So it's gone through Select Committee. There have been some sort of changes as a result of feedback from Select Committee. So just to recap, that's about refocusing the purpose of local government. It's about providing some sort of regulatory relief around certain aspects of local government administration. It's about measuring and publicising council performance and strengthening sort of transparency and accountability. So just with that, so it's awaiting its second reading. We don't know when that would, sort of depends on the leader of the House as to when we would get a slot, but then that would sort of go through the rest of the legislative process. In terms of the strengthening council transparency, there's two elements of work that we've received feedback around the standards and also is it the transparency of standards? Yeah, so Standards New Zealand are doing some work and have provided some advice to DIA, and that's yet to go to the Minister. I think that is the last slide. Yes, it is. So happy to take any more questions, or if there's any other aspects of DIA policy. There's also development levies happening in the background, and there's a lot happening at the moment. And then dogs now lately, yeah.
No, thank you very much, Rebecca, and some real food for thought there. Also great that that we have this for our community to see and laid out in this sort of way. So unless there's any other brief questions, we will conclude this part. Is there any other questions that anyone has? Well, thank you very much, Rebecca, for attending. We sincerely appreciate it. And some of the slides, you'd see some elected members taking photos because they were of quite high interest. If you wouldn't mind, just as a request, would you mind sharing your slides?
That's totally fine.
Amazing.
I can share them, yeah, so, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. And once again, really appreciate you inviting me up. Yeah, I really enjoy actually getting out and about and talking to councillors. I think it's a really important part of the job. So, really happy to come back at a different time in the policy cycle and to stay connected. It's been a really valuable session. So thanks again. And you've put on such lovely weather. Although it was nice in Wellington too, I've got to say. So.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Councillors, we are going to, I'm just going to quickly shuffle the agenda. We're going to move now to our late item of business, which is item 14. And this was the approval of the viewing area for the unformed legal road for the Ormondville Viaduct. So I'd just like to welcome up Hamish to the table, please.
Thank you, Ms. Scott, and good morning, everybody. We can probably keep this one fairly brief. We'll take it as read. It's a standard sort of a change of use of a paper road. So, and Ms. Scott quite eloquently explained it earlier. So, happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Hamish. And this is, I think, a good thing because of precedent has been outlined for it to come to this table for a decision. And I reiterate my thanks again for it to be able to come so quickly with a day's notice. Is there any questions on the paper? Appears to be none. Can I get someone to move the recommendations? Councillor Johns has moved. Councillor Wallace has seconded. Is there any discussion? Councillor Petey Webber.
Thank you, Worship. This group came to Community Board early last year and did a presentation with photos and the area they are looking at developing. It is, the road is kind of a little bit out of the way. If you know Ormondville, that it's just past the Ormondville school, so just down from there. So it's quite a motivated group, and it's good to see them progress a little bit further, and it'll be a real tourist attraction in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Great comments. Any other comments anyone wants to make? I think this is a great thing for Ormondville, but also as a tourist attraction for our district. The Deputy Chair of the Community Board reminded me of the presentation that came through to the Community Board, as you mentioned, and not only that, the Community Board or members of the Community Board have been working closely with this group to see it through. So if there are no further comments, I will put the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. And before lunch, I'll just move on to the second to last item. We were in the middle of doing portfolio reports beforehand. My preference absolutely is for portfolio reports to be received in writing, but this is a new process for us. So if anyone has any other portfolio updates that they would like to give, briefly, then I'll open the floor up. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Scott. Last Thursday at the Te Apiti Governance Group meeting in Horizons, not much to report other than I moved a motion that the Woodville Domain Board become a full member of the Te Apiti Governance Group, which, after discussion, was passed unanimously. And the reason for doing that was a significant part of that whole Te Apiti area that the group encompasses has been for the last 150 years managed by the Woodville Domain Board, and they're a very active domain board, unlike most. They put up, you know, the likes of the toilets and the track down at Ferry Reserve. They mow the whole area there. They put in water systems, cut the tracks. The original tracks were all done by the Woodville Domain Board. They also released the first possums into the gorge in about 1925. I shouldn't probably mention this, but briefly, anyway, forget that. Yeah, they're an integral part of that whole thing, and I think it was entirely appropriate that they be recognised as such, and I hope it has the endorsement of you, Your Worship, and this council.
No, thank you for the update, and I sent my apologies for that meeting. So you sound like you represented our district very well on the day by moving that motion, and it certainly has my full personal support. So thank you for sharing that. Is there any other updates anyone wishes before I move on to the next item? Now I move on to item number 22, which is the mayoral update. And I'm happy to take this as read. The only addition that I'd like to add is we did have a very, very successful visit by the Polish Deputy Prime Minister on Friday, the Polish ambassador and delegation. I will be, it's just in the timing of the report, I will be writing a more fulsome update on that in my next report. But I would like to thank everyone involved in that. Lavon from my office spent a huge amount of time working and coordinating with the Polish embassy to make that happen. So she certainly has my thanks. I'd like to thank Councillor Corlett for attending the entire day and helping to represent council, Councillor Tawaka, who attended and assisted at the Pahiatua Marae, which was a real highlight and such a lovely way to end, and to the Chief Executive for supporting for the entire day, along with Lavon, who supported for the entire day as well. I will write a more fulsome update with highlights, but I am happy to take any questions on my mayoral report. Deputy Mayor Wards.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. I do have a question regarding the judging of the pooch party. Having been with you that day, I appreciate how stressful that upcoming event was for you. What particular criteria did you utilise, and what policy did you apply when it came to the ultimate outcome of that particular event?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have noticed, yes, look out, Napier, but I have noticed that a key part of the mayoralty is judging different competitions. And the Pooch Party was one that I was delighted at the AMP show to judge until it got to the dog owner lookalike competition. When it got to that competition, I was slightly concerned. I was very, very pleased that our incoming Chief Executive, Corin Haynes, was attending. So I asked him to take a hit for the team, and I called him up to introduce him to the Dannevirke community to help me judge that competition. My political judgment is slowly increasing, and he scored a point. In saying that, though, we do put on some incredible events within our district. And so my congratulations absolutely is to everyone that takes the time to put on special events for the people of our district. If I can come along and judge a competition or do anything to make life easier for them, I'm certainly happy to. But yes, there was some concern there.
You will see a more fulsome report from the rural portfolio holders on the AMP show, but I completely endorse and sincerely thank you for your participation in some of these very special events.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Corlett.
Thank you, Mayor Scott. Firstly, sort of a big thank you to yourself and the emergency management team through the event that we had last week. It could have been quite severe, and to declare it really opened everyone's eyes to take notice that it's really a big risk. And I think in our region, especially down south, we were pretty lucky really with what ended up happening, with only a few trees down, and but it was really good to be out there and see that people weren't out on the roads, that people stayed away and didn't try to go and see things and do stuff. So that was a comment around that. And just one thing that I sort of would like to raise and maybe a consideration in the future, if we have an event that looks like there's a chance of severe damage or things happening that put people's lives at risk, specifically what we see a lot down there is trees falling onto roadways, onto properties and other things, is to we were flagged as an orange alert rather than maybe we should have been considered as a red. That's my only comment, but other than that, a big thanks goes out to the team.
I really appreciate those comments, Councillor Corlett. But I really want to pass that thanks on to the team that we have. Our emergency management team are an incredible group of professionals. They are highly, highly skilled. And to be fair, from my perspective, they make any decision making I needed to do very, very, very easy. One of the no one wants us to enter into an emergency situation, but one of the advantages of this happening frequently is our team are well skilled and well trained and ready to respond. I've had many people talk about the response that we've had, and every time I've said I was supported and given very, very sound, quick advice. We are also supported regionally. We received some very strong support from Horizons, from the regional emergency management. So hats off to the team, because they are the ones every day considering how to keep us safe and putting in all of those things when we're not in an emergency situation. And I was very proud to play a role alongside them. But thank you. On your second point, I absolutely agree. When we talk about the warning levels, and it is something that I'll be raising, the information that we had regionally of the impact that this event might have on our district at the time when we made that call was we were told that we were likely to be hit in the most significant way. Some of the modelling was frankly disturbing, not just concerning, but disturbing. And I asked the same question. If that is true, why are we in orange and other parts of our region are in red when you are telling me that we're potentially going to be hit the hardest? To be frank, I haven't had a satisfactory answer to that question. So I take that point and I thank you for raising it, Councillor Corlett. Any other questions? Before I'm going to have this report, it's slightly unorthodox, move this report, but then I do have another couple of comments, mayoral matters that I would like to make that aren't in this report. So I'm happy to move my report, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Any further discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Motion is carried. Staying on mayoral matters, today is the last council meeting that we have for our Chief Executive. So I wanted to formally thank Malcolm Alexander for his huge service to our district. The advice that I have received, but our council has received, has been invaluable to getting us set up. I want to acknowledge that Malcolm has had the interesting time of joining a council at the end of one council and then the beginning of a new council, and has supported two mayors and two councils through some quite challenging situations. So Malcolm, I have a couple of small things on behalf of us as a council. Brown paper bag, I'm sorry to say, but I'll just hold that up to the camera and then show you so people can see. But this is something for your shelf to remember us, and there's something on the back as well. And then secondly, there is just a bottle of champagne, and that is, you can decide whether that is you celebrating your time here or celebrating leaving us. I will, but I am immensely grateful for your service. So I will let you speak in a moment, Malcolm, but I just want to open it up if anyone else has any comments they would like to make before Malcolm speaks. Councillor Tawaka.
E mihi nui ana ki a koe Malcolm me tō reo awhina me o pokohiwi kaha ki a mātou. So I just want to thank you for being such a supportive person, particularly to me in this role. I remember the first time I ever spoke to you, and it was when you told me I got in to council, and I asked if you were a scam, and I wasn't too sure who you were. I had no idea what a chief executive was, and I had no idea who you were. So yeah, I guess it started off funny, and you've been quite a funny character, and I think that you've really, really supported me as somebody stepping into this space at my age and everything else. So yeah, and I really, really appreciated the time that you joined me at Tararua College. It was one of my first opportunities that I was given to speak to rangatahi about getting into council, and when you asked if you could come, I was like, well, you know, why the heck does a chief executive want to come? But I really appreciated your presence in that moment and your mahi, so kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Tawaka. Any other comments anyone would like to make? Deputy Mayor Sharon.
Thank you, Your Worship. You probably thought when you were invited to come along as our interim chief executive, Malcolm, that you'd just be spinning wheels and just, you know, keeping things calm before the appointment of our new one, but that's not the approach that you've had. And I think as I reflect on the time that you've been with us, yes, there's been some transitioning between two mayors and a few new faces around the table, but you've taken that all in your stride. You've made a difference to how this council operates, how the council culture feels. And I think we've been very blessed, given some of the significant changes that have happened so rapidly, to have the insight and the wisdom that you've been able to proffer. So a sincere thank you. It's only been a short time, but it's been a great time. And I know that you'll be kicking around a few blocks that we're probably likely to meet you around in the future. But a very sincere thank you on behalf of our community, Malcolm.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Mayor Scott. You've taken the words right out of my mouth. I concur totally. You've been ideal for us in the situation we found ourselves in. I can't think of anyone that could have done a better job, but thank you.
Lovely comments. Councillor Amboy.
Just want to say a big thank you to Malcolm. Thank you for your sound advice, and thank you for also really drilling into us about all the changes happening in central government. It's really good that you've come from that experience. So yeah, thank you, and me and the 11 o'clock ladies will definitely miss you, and I will forever remember your coffee order. So hopefully we'll see you in the future back at the cafe.
And I certainly hope we will see Malcolm more, and that might be helpful to remember that coffee order, because there's definitely still some contribution we would like to see. Councillor Wallace.
Yeah, through you. Well, what can we say? You did answer every question I put to you, so I'll give you that, and have a great life.
Thanks, Councillor Wallace. Any other comments anyone would like to make? Yeah, Councillor Erina.
Yeah, I concur with what everyone else has said. When it was suggested that you be our interim CE, I was like, I don't know if he'd want to come to little old Dennyburg with all his expertise. But thank you for coming and travelling to be with us, and your expertise has been amazing around the table, and you've helped grow our knowledge, and especially with working with central government. So thank you, Malcolm.
Thank you very much, Erina. Councillor Naylor.
It's been fabulous to have your experience, being a new councillor. Or us new councillors, I think, have gained a lot more knowledge than we would have under perhaps somebody else. And I remember talking to my brother who said, and I said, who's your acting chief executive? And I said, Malcolm Alexander, and he said, you couldn't have got a better man, and I think that's true. So, yeah, cool, thank you.
Very nice comment. Any other?
Sorry, Malcolm, I just want to say, everyone's mentioned your expertise, but I think what makes you amazing is your ability to simplify the expertise so people like me can understand it. It's exceptional.
Councillor Corlett.
I guess since everyone else has said something, but completely agree with everyone here. It's been amazing having you here. It's helped, especially I think, the new councillors to come in and the guidance you've given. You paint a very clear picture, sometimes a little bit legalese, but that's okay too. But I think it's just been amazing having you here to learn off you and just see, how much value you bring to something like this. So thank you very much.
I'd like to invite the Chief Executive to make some comments.
Your Worship, Councillors, thank you so much. I wasn't really prepared for this. We had the staff meeting, I sort of did it then last week, but look, thank you so much for your kind words. They do mean a lot to me. It's been an absolute privilege to work with you. I've enjoyed it immensely. Didn't think I would. When it hadn't been on my career path to do the interim CE thing, but after I was up there helping Wairau, I got the call to help here, and I've always had a soft spot for Tararua for a long time. So it didn't take much to talk me around, and I have to say, it's been great. I want to acknowledge the staff, the officers, my executive team have been very supportive. They could have not been, treating that water thing, but they haven't, and they've been, they're just top people. And the rest of the officers, the team and the staff, I tried to get around, not as much as I could have or should have, but I did. To you as a councillor, I said this once before, I do think you're a top council. Trust me, I've seen councils, and we were just talking about earlier, where one's already experiencing some difficulties. Yeah, you'll always have differences of view around the table. That's the nature of local democracy. But your head and your heart are in the right place. You've got a great mayor, okay? So you can really take this far, in my view. Stick up for yourselves. Don't let central government dictate unless they're going the direction you've pointed them in, and keep going. Happy to be at the end of a phone if people want a bit of advice or whatever. So I want you guys to succeed. I want the community to succeed. And as I say, it's been a happy time in my life to have done this little stint. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I wish you and the district all the very best for the future.
Councillors, we will be shortly breaking for lunch, but before we do so, we will be moving into public excluded. Could I have a councillor move us into public excluded? Moved by Councillor Corlett, seconded by Councillor Wallace. Any discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against? Motion is carried. Thank you, team. We're live, thank you. Thank you all for joining us for the council meeting today. We will be continuing on for a workshop shortly, but thank you all for your attendance. The meeting is closed.